Right. Warming up the engines here. Hopefully. There we go. Excellent. Getting everything up and running. How's everybody doing today? Yeah. So, had my surgery yesterday. Right here, you can see bandage right here. They took a sizable chunk out of my ear. Hi, Realm. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, the little ridge, the very back of your ear. Yeah, it was right on the middle part of that. The cancer was right on the middle part of that, and they had to take about a 1/4-inch diameter chunk off my ear down to the all the way down to the cartilage. And so yeah, I've got 9 stitches in my ear. And it, other than having a hell of a time sleeping last night, because I could not obviously sleep on that side of my head. So that was rough. It's not been too bad. I haven't even needed any like normal painkillers or anything. It's just kind of last night I could feel like a dull throb, but it wasn't as bad as if you saw a picture of it. If you saw a picture of the mangled mess that is the back of my ear, you would think that it would be a lot more painful, but I don't know. I guess I'm lucky, I guess. I don't know. But yeah. It went well. And yeah, now I've got 9 stitches back there that are going to be there for the next week or so. Until those can come out, and then I should be back to normal. It was normal for me anyway, just minus a little bit of skin cancer. So, yay! And what's funny is throughout my whole life I may have had 6 or 7 bad sunburns, right? But I didn't spend a lot of time out in the sun throughout all my life. Like it was not a big. It was I was not big in sports. And so, yeah, 6 or 7, right around there, like over my life, like over the 30 years of my early life, like 6 or 7 bad sunburns. And that's all it took. So, use sunscreen, everybody, all the time. So anyway, here we go. Now, what are we doing here today? Today, I want to tackle as much of the chemical plant early object as possible. But I also need to sort of iron out something here with this item chargeable, because I've been working with Robert a little bit, and he wants to use chargeable. He wants to make a power suit, and so we've been ironing out a bunch of bugs and stuff with chargeable items. Now, what's tough with this is items don't have like a block entity. Like a block has a block entity, right? So a block is generic to all of the blocks, right? So like the block type of, let's say, the metal press, right? That block is used for all the metal presses. If you have 20 metal presses, they're all using the same block. Block entity is unique to that metal press, right? Any individual metal press has its own block entity. Well, items are kind of weird in that an item is a generic object, okay, but can have unique variables because an item stack is its own thing. Okay, so you have items that are in an item stack. They're their own sort of entities. Oh, I got a quick trip by the lap goblin, and now she's gone again. Yeah, she needs to go find the mouse. I don't know where those things disappeared again. I don't know where they went. So the tough part with items is like actually saving variables for the items, because I think from what my research was, it was most of the variables unique or trackable in an item was done through the attributes, right? So this dot attributes. And these are values associated with the attributes of an item. Now, I still have to kind of dig into the attributes a little bit, because for items, there's a separate class of variables that are literally item attributes. And I don't know what the significance of that is. But I changed, like, this uses the interface iChargeable item, and then I include the cheat power, extract power, and rated power, as well as receive power, right? So these are the base, these are the base functions that my electric behavior uses, but they're just they're unique to an item because it includes the item stack. You have to include the item stack with these calls, because otherwise it doesn't know what item you're working with, right? It's not like, so like this you could look at as like the block entity of an item, right? You're passing in the item stack, and an item stack is a trackable, unique stack of items rather than just the item, which is generic, right? An item is an item. Well, an instance of that item would be located in a item stack, right? And so the item stack is kind of where all these values come from and where they're stored. So I already have values that are set power. This is how you set the power, but instead of setting an internal variable and just tracking that variable over time like a block entity, items, they do it through the attributes, because these are saved. These are automatically saved and synchronized. So when they change, on the server, they're synced to the client and so on. So, yeah, anyway, this was the solution. And then I have to change. There was a bug in, let's see, where did he say that was? The LV charger. Okay, so the LV charger, this is a thing that actually charges the item, and so I grab the item stack as an iChargeable item, right? And if this isn't an iChargeable item, right? If it's not, then this would be null. Okay? So if it's null, right? If chargeable item is null, which means it's not of this type, but it is chargeable, right? Which means it has the attribute chargeable, right? This is where that chargeable equals true comes in when in the JSON. If it's chargeable, but it's not an item, then use durability. And this ensures that the charger could be used for literally any object that you wanted to be chargeable, right? So I could go in here into my world eater tool, the big pickaxe, and I could just add chargeable equals true on that and use the charger to recharge the durability on it, because it wouldn't be an iChargeable item, but it would be chargeable, right? So that it just defaults to getting and using durability. And I had to fix some bugs in here because they've messed about with durability a little bit. So get remaining durability, get max durability. So I've changed this now to use the base game, the new API calls, because they've kind of normalized the durability stuff, which is really nice. Is one of the things I really wanted them to do. So I'm really happy they did that. And so this just recharges durability. But if it's chargeable and the chargeable item exists, which is not null, then it comes down here. And it's like, hey, I want to charge. So I have to change these. I have to update these. So chargeable item, right, is the item stack, the input.item stack. So if I just add input slot.item stack like that. Because all these calls now, the specific ones of chargeable item have the item stack. This call, right? This call is for the machine's power. Like, how much power do we have in the machine? Right? What kind of power can we apply to this? Which power to use? The power to push is how much power can we push into that object, right? Because it has its own power per second rating. And then power to use is how much in the charger can we use. And then I'd use some of this, and then the remaining, and then boom, boom, boom. We use the power. We actually consume that power to use from this machine, and then we update the client. And the client update is done on a slower heartbeat, for reasons. So that should allow the actual charging if you use this as your base class, right? Item chargeable. It's an item, but it's also an iChargeable item. So it automatically integrates that, and it's a base game item. So this kind of marries the two things. Instead of you having to do a bunch of, basically for every item copying and pasting this code is done for you. And then you can, an example of using power, right? If you wanted to use power in a chargeable item, all you would need to do, right, is grab that chargeable item, right, which we have up here, iChargeable item, and in your sync, or in your, whatever tick event that you have that it's going to consume power, you basically do something like this, right? And you have all of your normal null checks. You want to make sure that the input slot is not empty, that the item stack, is not null, and then you say this is iChargeable item. If this is not null, then you can do something like chargeable chargeable item dot current power, right? So chargeable item dot current power is how much power you have in it, right? So you would have so let me do this. An example of how to use power in your object, in your item, right? So you'd have something like this: ulong current power equals chargeable item dot current power minus equals chargeable item dot max power per second times delta time dot ulong chargeable item dot set power input slot dot item stack comma current power. Okay. So that is an example of how to use the power, and it's unfortunately like current power. I could make current power a settable field, where you'd just be able to do current power minus equals, max power percent, blah blah blah, right? You could do that, but this way you have access to current power, and you can do a bunch of other stuff to it if you wanted, a bunch of checks and making sure it's, greater than 0 and blah, blah, blah. So you could do something like current power greater than 0, question mark, colon 0, right? So current power minus equals, and then current power greater than 0. This is an if statement. If current power is greater than 0, then decrement this, right? You could potentially have, an overflow situation, basically an integer overflow situation, where if this value here was, not greater, or it was greater than what is left in current power. So there are potential pitfalls here. So what you could do is do, let's see, rated power is a ulong. Yeah, so ulong tick power equals chargeable item dot rated power input slot dot item stack delta time false. Okay, so you say ulong, so tick power is how much power for the chargeable item for this tick given the delta time. This is why everything is in power per second, because the tick rate is variable, but the number of seconds is what it's based on, right? Your delta time, that's based on seconds. So power per second is just much easier of a calculation. Let's see. Getting a bunch of. All right. Yeah, these streams usually don't. I don't usually put ads on these streams. These are. I usually lock these down. How do you feel about back rooms doorways powered by your mod? I don't know what that means. Back rooms doorways, like power wise, you could do it whatever you want. Like power is power. All you need to do is manage the power of whatever you add the behavior to. Okay, so with this, current power is greater than or equal to tick power, right? And then the minus equals would just be tick power. Okay. So you're minusing tick power, or you're minusing 0. This is what this does. I do thoroughly love the ability to do inline conditionals. I do like that, but to a new programmer, to somebody trying to learn programming, it can be a mind-bending sort of thing. It's like, what is this actually doing, right? current power minus equals current power greater than equals. Like a person who's not familiar with how inline conditionals work, like they would look at this and go, "What the hell is this thing doing?" So with that, it's like a little bit iffy. But what I'm going to do is do that and that. This is mainly for Robert to make sure that his code actually does the right thing here. Sweet. Okay, so we have, I think this is ready to go. At least it's in a place that it could easily be tested with the right objects, both with durability without an interface and with durability with an interface. Both of those could be tested. But this should deliver power directly to whatever item stack you put in. Now it's up to the player or the mod author to make sure that stack size equals 1. Because if you put an entire stack, let's say 50, chargeable items, because for some reason you made them stack, you put 50 of them in the input slot, it's going to charge all 50. They're going to share. That item stack is the unique identifier. So they're all going to share, all of those variables, right? All those attributes. The attributes are going to apply to the entire stack. So you just gotta make sure that stack size equals 1 on anything that has durability or chargeability, because that is pretty vitally important. So let's just rebuild this here. Make sure it can go. It does. Excellent. Now, let's see. Do I, just to make sure that he has something to test with, finalize item chargeable object as a base to chargeable items. Use item stack dot current power as your and item stack as chargeable item dot set power. Item stack as okay. All right, those are submitted. So he can do a quick test on his side just to, get back. I need to learn how to do summary. Oh, those are easy, dude. Those are so easy. It's automatic, right? So you go, say this on SimTick. If I wanted to document this on SimTick, you just do ///, boom. and you just be like primary tick function called 10 times a second. Delta time given by base API tick engine. Okay? Once that's done, you just mouse over this. Boom. Primary tick function. Literally automatically picks it up. It's so great. This has been a part of the C# like .NET stuff since the beginning. I remember I taught a class to even my college advisor attended the class when I taught it C#. I introduced the entire computer science department to C#, my senior year of college before I graduated, because I had been using C# professionally in the job that I had, and they were still on C++, right? The program that I went through, we were on C++ plus a myriad of other, languages. Some of my classes I did assembler and blah, 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 blah. But I professionally had started using C# because a lot of our clients, a lot of our contracts were in Microsoft, so they were really pushing the adoption of .NET. So I fell in love with C# right away. Like when I started using C#, and this was back in 2003, 2004, somewhere in there, like a long time ago. And I remember when I started using it, I was like, oh my God, I love everything about this language. It's so good. Plus, all the automatic memory management that it allowed you to do. And so I started using it. I was using it for months and months and months. And when I was talking to my advisor about it, I'm like, you've got to try this. This is such a great language. And so I basically taught like an 8-week class and introduced everybody that attended, which was quite a few, but introduced everybody to, the .NET and C#. Because then what you can do, once you have these... once you have this documentation, you can have it automatically generate a help file, right? And it will automatically generate a help file that you can then load and just kind of go through all your objects and stuff. It's so good. I love it. But yeah, I've been using Visual Studio for even longer than that, right? I've been using Visual Studio for a really, really long time. I love Visual Studio, and I've never really had a problem with it. And I know, that's not universal for everybody, but like the number of little things that you can do in this, and I've just been using it for so many years that like I know a lot of how to use it. Whereas like VS Code, I wouldn't even know. Like, I know my older brother has really touted like VS Code and stuff, and I'm just like, Visual Studio already does all of that. Like, I don't know why I need another thing to do all of that again. It's just everything about this I just love. But yeah, I understand a lot of the. It's funny how a lot of the old hardcore stuff that I used to do in the mid '90s with DOS. Right in the early 90s, working with DOS and editing my own, auto exec bat files, managing all the IRQs on the computer to make sure the sound worked when I played Doom, right? Managing all of those nitty-gritty details, and not enjoying the process. It was not fun, and so I embraced sort of the automated aspect of Windows when it finally started getting better and better. And now we've kind of gone full circle and back to like a VS Code where you're managing everything, Linux where you're managing everything. And I'm just like, what's interesting is that full circle is driven because Microsoft has bloated Windows to the point of like unusability. Crazy bloat. Like, yeah. So the cycle continues. The cycle continues, and yeah, it's one of those. I just look at it and go, I really don't want to relearn the fact that if I installed Linux and trying to customize and get other drivers and figure out how to make my games work, it's like I don't want to do that. I did that in the early days. I did all of that in the early days, and it's been 30 years, so I really don't want to do it again. But young people, such as yourselves, young people embrace that shit, right? They it's like a personal challenge. And so young people are like, yeah, bring it on. And I can guarantee it's, most of you, not all, but most of you at some point in your lives will just be like, I'm so effing tired of doing this. I don't want to do this anymore. And you're just like, I just want to do what I do and enjoy and not have to do any nitty gritty, setup of file flags. And I just can't even. I've seen some people work in Linux and I'm just like, what are you doing? Okay, we can close that. We can close that. There's the behavior. All right, what I want to try to do is I want to try to create a base. Base is probably. Let's rename this. Rename to starter. Yes. Because every time I make a multi-block, every time I make a multi-block, I have to go through an existing multi-block, like a pump jack, and I have to copy and paste this into another object, and then spend a whole bunch of time and customize it. And I don't really want to do that. The push happened already. The fix of the chargeable item that went up already. So that's already up. That was 16. Yeah, I've been coding. My first coding was done in BASIC, right? Back in 93, somewhere in there. I was maybe 13, maybe 13, maybe 14, somewhere in there, where I got my first taste of programming logic, and I started I created a little simple. I don't calling it a game is kind of a, but I created a thing where you're you have a little dot that you're having to move back and forth, and you've got obstacles that are coming down at you, and you have to sort of evade them, right? So I was just very, very basic, literally written in BASIC. But then I, evolved from there, I guess. So yeah, so I've been coding for a long, long time. Okay, so we have a bunch of multi-blocks, right? Each one has unique things about it. Okay. And they all have common things about them. So I'm going to take this fluid generator. It's one of my more recent ones. And I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to put it into this starter. Okay. And then what we're going to do, the starter has to be based on VBE entity core. Okay. this here is going to be optional, but pretty much currently, all of my multi-blocks have a liquid component, because liquids are very much dominate the multi-blocks. Okay, so what in the starter here, what do we need and what don't we need? We need inventory. We don't need liquid fuel properties. We don't need this, we don't need this. The inventory stuff is coming from the base classes of entity core, so a lot of the inventory stuff is going to be needed. In the input slots, all of that, percent input tank. Yeah, we're gonna need to do a bunch of stuff in here. Inventory starter. So get liquid auto push into slot. I was looking at ways of very much controlling the ports of a fluid, like fluid and item interactions. If I start having multi-blocks that have a lot of different fluid input and output ports, or item input and output ports, how can I manage something like this? Right? Because this is a call that I'm getting right from, much more broad categories. Like there's 10 references to interacting with or this function call. Right? With the pipes do it, inventory does it, fluid transport handler. So having this block facing and item slot, having these as the only access point is a problem. I would have to reinvent the entire stack. Instead of block facing, have a reference of like what block selection. Because a block selection includes a block facing. Right? But this call, and the items are the same, have the same problem. Right? Get auto pull from slot only includes the block facing, because the game makes a giant assumption. Okay? There is a massive assumption, because it's universally true for all of the things in the base game. And that assumption is you are only ever interacting with something that's a single block. Right? So it doesn't matter what the block coordinates are that you're interacting with. All that matters is the face you're interacting with. Because that's all, a single block, the game makes the assumption that you're only ever interacting with a single block. Well, the problem with that is, in my multi-block, I could be interacting with a face, right? Let's say it's the north face. I could be interacting with a myriad of different positions, offsets from inside that structure. So there's no way of passing down through the chain of command what that offset is, or even what the coordinate is, right? What if I'm interacting with a block? My fluid pipes is like, I want to connect to this block. What is the offset of that connection to the multi-block? There's no way of passing that down the tree for items or fluids. There's just no way, because the game is not built with that infrastructure in mind. So the interaction of items, right? Get auto push into slot, get auto pull from slot for items. They also, I base these fluid ones based on the item ones, not realizing like, oh, this is going to fundamentally break all of the things, right? And there's no interface that I know of that enables the passing of what is my coordinate, what is my offset to this interaction. I might be able to introduce it somewhere, somehow, but up till now, I've not wanted to tackle that because that's such a fundamentally rooted problem with a base game API, where it doesn't actually give you the block selection of the actual block you're dealing with. It just gives you the face. It would be a relatively simple change where instead of the block facing object that you pass down the line, you include a block selection object, which includes the face, but also the coordinates, the block position. And that block position could then be used to derive the offset from the multi-block core, which is what my game uses. So that would be a relatively fundamentally big change and break all of the mods that use these kinds of features. Changing that one object would be, you would have to tell the community this change is happening. It's going to literally break everything. Everything that uses these function calls is going to have to be updated. Those kinds of changes I wish would have been done 4 years ago. So, yeah, right now, I don't know of a way of encoding any more data into these calls, because this is all I have access to, right? Get liquid auto push into slot. And the same is true with just get auto push into slot for items. So let's pull that up really quick. Wrong monitor. So get auto okay, get auto pull from slot just gives you the block facing delegate. Okay, get auto push into slot, block facing. Again, you're only ever given the face and the slot. The slot is what are we trying to transfer from, right? Get auto push into slot is saying, hey, I have this item. What slot does it go into, right? From slot. That allows you to customize what slot you return. So these two calls are for items, and that's what I base my fluid versions on. And that's the primary problem is I don't have access to the coordinates of where that comes from. Now, my fluid version, I could have a far easier time changing it because I'm controlling that, right? I'm controlling that interface. I'm controlling that access, and I'm controlling what objects are passed into that. It would require a whole bunch of changes, of course. I'd have to go through like the 10 references here, right? This is 10 different places that I would have to make sure that I would be able to create a custom block selection object and then pass that in rather than just the face. But that should be relatively straightforward. but it kind of leaves me up in the air about items. So the chemical plant, right? We're going to leave all of these alone. We're going to leave a lot of this stuff alone. Get auto push into, there's items. And then we're going to want, well, I think there's only one item slot to remove from this. So we're on line 140 something. So we want to do inventory dot on get auto pull from slot equals get auto pull from slot. Uh, 140-ish. Wait, what? Get auto push into slot. There we go. Okay. So we are going to just remove these. The fact that there are errors in here, right? Nothing is going to actually use this, so we could do return null, just so we can actually compile it. Find matching recipe. We want to just remove all of this. This is going to be starter. Okay, this is all of the inventory. This is what, when this object is created, this is what generates the inventory, like, object. Now, I could create a custom inventory and blah, 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 but I've discovered through doing this many times for many machines, I don't really need to. The inventory generic typically covers everything that I need to do. But we're going to have more. Yeah, we're going to have more slots. So we're going to need to figure that out. And then initialize, we do late initialize. We want to comment this out. We want to do starter. Current burn time. Activate core is, it's a unique call, right? That is called in very specific circumstances. Yeah. So it doesn't really do anything other than there are certain instances where it could be very useful. So I've built a little bit of infrastructure for that. And then on sim tick, oh man. On player right click. This is what basically I have a shortcut here that if you right click it with a wrench, I'm not really sure what this is supposed to do. Block divariance sign dot on. Oh, this is specifically if you're right clicking it from the opposite side of where you are where you built it. So you built it facing north. Interacting with a wrench facing south will clear all of the inventory out of the multi-block. As just kind of a shortcut to do that. And then machine state is a pretty generic thing. It's relatively safe to just keep as is, even when there's no animation code, right? So if the animation code doesn't exist, it doesn't do anything, right? It just doesn't. It literally doesn't do anything. Okay, so then we want to take these away and these away, and we should have, a compilable base class that includes the liquid. If we remove this liquid interface, all that's here, if we peek at the definition, is input container slot IDs, output container slot ID, allow, transfer size, and then get liquid auto push into, get auto pull from. And then input liquid container slot IDs. Do I have that? I don't remember. There they are. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I do have those. Okay, so that is a good starter. These are, I have tried to standardize the colors. So if we go in here and we go to, say, VE helpers, I have the standard colors. So a lot of these are like the standard colors here. But I've tried to name them. I've tried to name them appropriately here. So if we open vintage blocks, multi-block, let's open the Derrick. So you can see that I've actually started playing with the shorthand version. So rather than set the RGBA, I actually set an S, which is like, I just did that for like standard. What is the standard heavy engineering color? And that supposedly should be coming from here. I'm not 100% sure how I did that though, so I'm gonna hold off for now on doing too much of this. But as you can see, treated wood slab, right here, wood slab orange. If I look at my Derrick, wood slab is ID 9. ID 9 is 814126. 814126. So that is where those values come from, because I've tried to make the colors consistent across all of my multi-blocks, right? And this is the thing that I'm doing as I've been building more and more of these, I'm like, all right, I need to standardize more and more and more of these. So there's a few in here that I've not got in here. So yeah. In the end, what I really want to do is I want to have a mini dimension system that shows you a ghost image of the layer as the blocks that they are, right? Sort of like an alpha channeled little ghosted rendering of what the blocks are. Sort of like what you get when you have a schematic in the world editor, right? And if you have a schematic in your hand and you see this giant structure, however big it is, of ghosted blocks, well, that's using the mini dimension system. And I haven't cracked into that at all. So if somebody wants to really help, right, really help with the mod, figure out how I could plug in a mini dimension system into my mod, just with a literally like a little object, right? When I'm doing the highlighting, when the highlights are triggered, rather than highlighting the block, I could just send it the appropriate data and be like, hey, just create a little mini dimension. And then the mini dimension system would be something that I would be like, here's the multi-block schematic, right? Which I have the multi-block structure and all of the blocks and all of that. And I just need to like, I just need to say, hey, just render a ghost of this, and plug that in some way. That would be my dream. That was the original design for this feature, which I could then eliminate all of this like color coding gubbins completely. Okay, so we have fence. So let's just do this. Public static int fence. Let's do steel fence. Spell it right. Color util dot color from RGBA, and do that. Okay. And then 0,0,0,180. Now I want to do platform. Ladder. Reinforced concrete. Light engineering. Fluid. Treated slab. Power, interaction, and item. Okay. Fence is 30, 30, 30. Platform is 128, 128, 128. Steel ladder is 250, 250, 250. So these are just variants on gray. That's what these are. So you have black or really, really dark. Then you have mid, literally right in the middle, 128, mid gray. And then steel ladder is, more or less white. reinforced concrete, which is 14, 125, 123. 14, 125, 123. Right, that's a cyan kind of light blue green. And then all the rest are done. Now, you know, if another modder wants to build their own multi-blocks, they don't, you know, they would not necessarily need to like use all of these colors, and they could use whatever blocks they want. Like the schematic, the only question mark about this feature is what happens if a block that you use in the schematic has its own block entity. That would be the potential for not good things, okay? Because the way that this thing swaps the blocks, it literally the exchange block is a special call that doesn't. It's a quick swap of the block, and I don't think it manages block entities at all. So if you exchange that block and you go from a block that has a block entity to a block that does not, I don't know what happens, because the dummy blocks have a block entity. That's the whole point of the dummy blocks. The dummy blocks are literally like invisible blocks that have a collision box that have a block entity that maps their offset to the core. But if you exchange the block, right, what I do is I change that block. When you form a multi-block, I take the block that's there and I literally switch it to a dummy block and automatically encode what offset it is, right? So the offset is then encoded in the dummy block. That way I can use the same dummy block for the entire structure. And it's just a bunch of block entities that just have a single variable that maps to the core. A very, very simple system. And then, you know, they're like that for their lifespan. And if you break the block, right, if you break the multi-block, it swaps everything back. So it's like if the original block in the schematic had a block entity and you form the multi-block, well, that block entity is most definitely going to change because it's going to be lost to the dummy block. 100% lost to the dummy block. Okay. So that is all of my normal standard colors. Okay. Now, now what I can do is go in here and go multi-block. And we have the starter. So I don't want to touch the starter. I just want to copy and paste it to the actual chemical plant. So add class BEMB chemical 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 plant. I don't know why, but that just looks wrong. Why does that look wrong? Chemical. Have you ever looked at a word and like that looks like it's spelled wrong? Chemical. Isn't that right? No, that's got to be wrong. CHEMICAL. Oh, weird. My brain is just like, that looks wrong. Public. And this is not in that namespace. Okay. So now I go back to the starter. And we copy all of this. Close the starter. And go in here. Okay. And now we want to Yeah, all of this is fine. Where's my... There it is. Okay, and then we do VE M. Come on. Oh, wrong. VEMB entity core, comma IVE liquid interface. So the actual core block entity is VEMB entity core, not my starter. My starter is not. It's not a core block. Not intended to be a core block. This is the core block. Okay. So now we have the start of the chemical plant. And we need to look at now, should I, because of the complexity of this block, or of this machine, should I give this one the first major UI of the MV multi-blocks? The creosote oven has an interface, because I did that ages ago, and it's more or less in the LV tier. The creosote oven is definitely in the LV tier. Because you're going to be able to build that right away in the game if you really wanted to. And this, all of my other multi-blocks in MV tier, right, up till now, none of them have UIs. Right? Everything has been dictated on how you build it and what you give it, right? So the distillation tower, the recipe is based on how many extensions you have on it. And somebody was telling me that the recipe for, maybe somebody can test this really quick if they've got the latest version, the latest public release. There's a recipe for the distillation tower for like spirit and cider portions. Somebody was trying to tell me this doesn't work. The slot ID is how it what it maps to, which is right here. Slot ID 2 is the fluid output slot ID. So that's why that. So this thing, remember, you cannot have there's no extensions on it. It's just the base. And it's able to do one of these crafts one a second. This should be crazy fast. crazy fast. So yeah, somebody was trying to tell me that this doesn't work. Cider portion, right? This should be good. Spirit portion, cider portion. I don't know. Somebody might be able to test these. If they have a bunch of this, like if you have a bunch of spirit portion, it'd be something to test. But yeah, I know the crude works. Like I know these work. I've tested these extensively. So, what is that? Oh, okay. So that's the derrick. Let me move this back. And let's open the chemical plant. Okay. Now come in here. Now, for the item or for the inventory, this is going to be crazy. So where's my initialize? There's my inventory. Okay. So now we want to decide how we want to work with the inventory of this. What slots do we need? How many input slots? How many output slots? Which slots are going to be fluids? Because once you set this, you're not going to be able to change it. You can't dynamically set slots. So yeah, this. So I'm thinking the chemical plant will have 2 fluid inputs and 1 item input. It will have 1 item output and how many fluid outputs? 3? Right? So slot ID 0 and 1 is fluid inputs. 3 or 2 is item input. 3 is item output. 4, 5, and 6 are fluid outputs. Because remember, the more complex this is, the crazier it's just gonna be nuts. Right? It's gonna be pretty crazy. So input slot ID 0 and 1 are fluid inputs. 2 is item input. 3 is item output. 4, 5, and 6 are fluid outputs. Because think about in your mind, the recipes that you'd want to use this machine for, right? Cracking heavy oil. So cracking heavy oil would be heavy oil plus water, right? It's just base. I'm not going for realism here, not entirely, but heavy oil plus water with a possible catalyst. It's that's in the air. I'm not sold on that, but I'm thinking Factorio oil processing, right? So heavy oil plus water equals, I don't know what outputs. That's up in the air. If somebody wants, this is why I do these streams. If you want to influence the development of a mod, you show up to the development stream and you say, hey, how about I can think of a recipe that would work where this is where you would have influence over a mod. This is why I do this. But nobody ever kind of chimes in with, hey, that sounds good, or hey, maybe add 1 more fluid output or whatever. But it's heavy oil cracking, I'm guessing you could get a little bit of extra diesel, a tiny amount of kerosene, and maybe, I don't know, some bitumen, maybe a little bit more bitumen, maybe 1 bitumen, basically asphalt, which is an item, which is separate from the fluids, right? Item output is separated, but so 2 fluids in, 3 fluids out, which would be a little bit of diesel, a little bit of gas, and maybe some LPG, maybe a tiny amount of LPG, right? And that could give you a little bit of extra fluid, or a little bit extra fuel if you're powering generators. Because remember, the chem plant right now is 15,000 power per second. Okay, 15,000 power per second. That's 15 generators processing diesel. That's a lot. That's many processing diesel. So to compensate for that, the heavy oil cracking, we could favor LPG, right? LPG is the highest power per second rated fuel, right? So if you wanted to actually have raw power, you could take all of your heavy oil, crack it, get a little bit more diesel with a bunch of LPG, which would allow you to drive even more. Or I could lower the power per second rating of the chemical plant. Like that variable can be changed as well. So I'm okay with that too. I just put a big number in there because I was like, I need to have a start of something. But the chemical plant is going to be able to process faster than a single distillation tower, right? So a single distillation tower it's basically a 5-minute craft. One craft of crude oil, right, is 5 minutes. You're basically breaking down like 10 liters at a time, or is it 50 liters? I think it's 10 liters at a time. So you break down 10 liters, takes 5 minutes, and you get a slew of fuels. With those fuels, then you can drive. There's a huge surplus. If you have max extensions, there is a huge surplus of power, right? It's like 3.4 million extra power that you get out than what you put in. So you have a huge surplus of power. Well, there's a reason for that. So, one or two of the products where the chemical plant comes in, one or two of the products will allow you to craft high level like plastics or whatever. But it's just like it's meant to be the apex of the MV power based tier, right? The chemical plant is like what unlocks a lot of what you're going to need, or a lot of what you can do in the HV tier. At least, that's the plan. Not that you use a lot of plastic in the HV tier, but it would unlock the ability to maybe coat. Maybe you could coat something with a chemical plant. Like you take some material and you make coated version. I don't know. Like the sky's the limit with the recipe, but okay. So the inventory. Why are we not getting? Let me copy, paste. Why are we not getting the help? Huh. Summary. Chem plant is the top tier MV crafter. for oil-based products. Again, where's my... Whatever. I don't know where my IntelliSense. There's just so little intelligence in IntelliSense anymore. I just don't understand. This should be showing me this summary, but it's not. Maybe this BR is breaking things. Like, no, it's not that. Whatever. Okay, so 0, 1. And then 2, and then 3, and then 4, 5, 6. So we have 7 total slots. So if we come down here, and there it is. So we want 7 slots. Okay, so inventory generic, 7 slots. New slot delegate on new slot. So this delegate here, it's like a little code snippet that loops through and says, all right, I'm going to generate all these slots. And for every slot I generate, right, ID 0 to 6, right, every slot I generate, I'm going to call whatever code is in here, right? And so we can in here say if ID equals 3 or ID equals 4, return new item slot self. Okay. So 3 and 4, if I remember my numbers right, 3 and 4, no, it's 2 and 3. 2 and 3 are items. So I goofed on that. 2 and 3. So if the ID is 2 or 3, return the normal slot. If not, then return a liquid slot, because all of the other slots are liquid. So item slot liquid only, we could use my custom item slot large liquid, but we don't really need to, because these are not large. These are like literally 50 liters. The chemical plant is not going to have enormous amounts of fluid that you're going to be able to put in. It's going to be a very limited amount. Just because I don't want to mess with just having huge buffers and people going, well, I put it, there's a huge amount of heavy oil in there and I ran out of water and now I've got I don't know what to do. So I just want to limit the amount that are in there. Okay, so if slot ID slot modified, if slot ID is less than, why does that do that? Less than or equal to 2, right? 0, 1, and 2 are inputs. Right? So slot modified, if slot ID is less than or equal to 2, which means inputs have changed, then the client update delay is just the master thing that says, hey, it'll update the client a little earlier than normal, but not instant. Right? I don't want to trigger it every time a slot is modified, because this is called a lot. Any little trickle of difference of slot items is going to trigger this. So increment the client update a little bit, right? Because the client update delay is going to do every half a second. And what this does is it bumps that a little bit higher. But it should ever only update every half a second. This could be called 50 times and still only update every half a second. It's not going to, or it shouldn't. Well, no, it should at most update clients every 10 times a second, every tenth of a second, but it shouldn't. If not inventory slot ID dot empty, find matching recipe. What I want to do here, I think, is remove this call here. That might be the source of a bug with the fluid generator. Yeah, that might be a bug with the fluid generator. Maybe. Okay, so get auto push into slot. Get auto pull from slot. We'll deal with that in a second. Rotate, get liquid auto push into slot. So these are the items, and these up here are the fluids. So we got a bit of code to do there, but for now, let's work on. I think this is right. This is good, right? So this essentially initializes the inventory, and this is called before stuff is even low. Like this is called really early on. So when this object is instantiated, this is called right away. There's no actual data in there. This just creates the slots, right? This just creates the slots, creates the IDs, and the type of slots that they are. And then when it's initialized, this is called much, much later down that tree where you actually have data, right? You actually have inventory that exists. So the slots have to exist before the inventory is initialized. And even then, it's not fully initialized until it comes in here. And then you have a late initialize, which actually initializes it and gets it ready for, prime time, right? This is what sets the unique inventory information to this block entity, right? And this is the thing that sets the API. And then we do all of the gubbins here, and then this, even though there is no animation with this, I leave this code in just because it is what it is. If is built, we want to find matching recipe. Okay. If it's not built, then just sleep. Because if it's not built, the machine shouldn't be doing anything. I need to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. All right. Okay. The inputs part of the stream is done. Now we are in the output part of the stream. Okay, so a lot of this we have, you know, it's obvious that we've got a long ways to go here, but I just wanted to get percent input tank. We're going to rename one. Oh, I love it when I do that. That's so nice. When I go to save it and it just selects the whole thing. So percent input tank 1 is inventory of 0. Okay. Input liquid container slot IDs is 0 and 1. Output container slot IDs is 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6. Yep. Okay, so percent input tank 1. And then I'm going to copy this. And this is going to be tank 2. And this is going to be inventory of 1. Okay, so this just gives me like percent input tank, percent output tank, or percent input tank 1 and 2. Now, I don't know if I have output tanks. I don't think I do. We have power. That's fine. On player right click. Okay. So now we can come in here. So this allow thing here is from attributes. It's reading these values. Essentially what these do is enable you to put fluids in or out with a bucket, right? Held liquid transfer, pipe liquid transfer. So held is buckets, essentially, or tanks, I guess. And then pipe is kind of self-explanatory. And then transfer liters per second. I need that value. Um, 10. Okay. Okay, so big thing here. Get liquid auto push into slot. Okay, so in our model file, I know that we made separate ports so there is, that's the chemical plant right there. Huge structure. Unbelievably massive structure, okay? Like, this thing is enormous. Can't wait to see it in a game. But, as you can see, we have 2 fluid input slots and an item input slot, but we only have 1 fluid output slot and 1 item output slot. And why is that? Well, when we're pulling fluids out of this, we can daisy chain the different slots, right? We can say, hey, if this slot is empty, then go to the next slot. If that slot is empty, go to the next slot, right? And so you can daisy chain the slots as you're pulling fluids out, and then it's up to the player to manage where they all go. Okay? Now, how to explicitly control that? Not 100% sure. Because you're not able to filter the insert nodes, right? And so yeah, it's going to be kind of a mess. Ideally, I would be able to put multiple outputs ports here, but again, going back to when we started the stream, there's no way of determining what position the pipe is connecting at. I could put another port back here, and I could put another port over here. And I could have 3 output ports, and then I could determine what face, because imagine this entire thing, right, is 1 block. And that's how the game sees it. It's 1 block with 6 faces. That's it. So input and output faces, they have to be different. So I could edit this, and I could put an output, like a fluid output in the back, right? This is an input. So I can detect, hey, input face is, whatever. Then I can map that to an item slot. And then the output over here, I could do the same thing and map it to an item slot, as well as in the front here. So I could do that, and I might end up having to, if enough people want it, or in the end, if it's commissioned or something. So it's like, because if this is going to output a whole bunch of different fluids, and you have, like, let's say 3 different tanks, and it's outputting these things, it's going to, if you empty out a tank, right? If a tank is completely emptied, the very first fluid is going to go into that tank. It's not going to care what was in that before, right? The moment that it's emptied, it's going to take whatever the next fluid is, and including if that's the fluid that's right next to it, right? If you have like diesel, LPG, and whatever, kerosene, right? Boom, boom, boom. You empty the diesel out. If the very next fluid this thing tries to empty is kerosene, it'll put it in that tank, and then the kerosene next to it won't be touched. You'll have kerosene, LPG, and then there'll be no place to put the diesel. So there are little quirks about that, and I'm not 100% sure how to deal with that unless you have it go. Let's say you have this pushing out into a tank, right? And there's no filter on it. You have it pulling out into a tank, and then that tank has 3 separate pipes coming out, and those 3 separate pipes, the extraction nodes, have filters that only filter based on a type of fluid, right? Like diesel portion. So the filter is set to diesel portion. So anytime a diesel portion goes into that tank, that extraction node is going to be like, oh, this is what I need to pull out. So that is a solution. You'd have to have a middleman. You'd have to have a tank that can take anything, but then you use basically the 5 faces left, because there would be one insert node, and then you'd have 5 possible faces coming out of that you'd be able to filter all you want, right? And you could even use subnets and stuff like that. I do want to include what's the word? A giant multi-block tank in some way, shape, or form. I would like to do that because it would look cool and industrial, and I think people would like it. But like, yeah, like a giant industrial-looking tank that would, you know, it would be able to store obscene amounts of fluid, like crazy numbers of fluid. And that would allow somebody to, you know, basically build a giant industrial looking, you know, area. That's kind of the dream. But for now, we're going to do with this. And so looking north, this is how you build the thing, looking north. And so whenever I do the facing, right, you have to base it not on, hey, this is hard-coded north. You have to base it on how this thing is built, because if you build this looking east, right, then the whole then the face that you're doing has to rotate as well. So let's say this, right, facing north, the counterclockwise face is here. So you're facing north. Counterclockwise would be west. So the west face, right, should be counterclockwise to that. That is input 1. And then the opposite face, right, you're facing north. So this face we're looking at here is the south face. So if we look over here, you have the south face. The south face, which is the opposite face, would be input 2, right? The second tank. So rotation side, we have block variant of side. This gives us the northeast, southwest text, right? This is a string. This is the block variant of the side. So this is looking at what block face are we trying to push into, okay? So we have left, which is the counterclockwise, and we have the right, which is the clockwise. What we want is the opposite. Okay. So if you're looking north, counterclockwise goes this way. That's the west, because remember, you can build this thing west, and the counterclockwise to that is south, right? So it has to be, you have to deal with it generically. If block facing equals null, for some reason this could I don't know. I don't really know. I think that's just kind of a in case of emergency, you know, break glass sort of situation. Like, hey, if we're getting in here and this is null, then that shouldn't happen. But in case it does, just return the first inventory slot. Like, don't even bother. Okay, so this string left, I should just make this counterclockwise. Okay, so if block facing is not counterclockwise and not opposite, then return null, because it's not a valid face to interact with. Okay? So we're not looking at that face, and we're not looking at that face. So we're not doing anything. And then if we pass this, and if rote side equals counterclockwise, return inventory of 0. What the hell is that? As item slot liquid only. if rot side equals opposite, return inventory of 1 as item slot liquid only. Okay. Return null. For some reason, like we have this, we don't even need that. We don't even need that if statement anymore. Because we're doing these checks here. If rotation side is counterclockwise, which is taking that rotation and moving it counterclockwise. If it's the opposite, if it's counterclockwise, return tank 1. If it's the opposite, return tank 2. Otherwise, return null because it's not a valid, none of it is valid. Okay, so now get auto pull from slot, right? So we do if inventory, Jesus, of 4 dot empty, return, well, let's see. How about we do for int x equals 4, x is less than or equal to 6, x plus plus. Oh, are those, man, it's been a while since I've done a for loop. So, if inventory of x dot empty not, come on now, no, I did it again, not return inventory of x as item slot liquid only. Return null. Okay, so what this is just, it's iterating through 4, 5, and 6. If any of those are not empty, then return those as the auto pull from slot, right? So if let's say a craft finishes, all 3 of those, right? All 3 of those tanks get a little bit of fluid, right? However much, they get a little bit of fluid. It'll start at 4, empty that, then go to 5, empty that, and then go to 6 and empty that, right? And it'll empty it in line with like how much you're moving, like what upgrades you have in the extraction nodes, and like however fast that runs. So this will just iterate through and empty, 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 empty. Now, what we can wrap around this, right, is string rot side equals block dot variant of side. So that is, how are we facing? String clockwise equals block facing dot from code route side dot clockwise dot code. So now we're saying, all right, we have our rotation side. What is our clockwise? And then on this, we can say if if block facing, block facing, stop assuming shit, equals clockwise. Dot code. And then up here I made a mistake. God. I needed this variable, not rotation side. There we go. And then this, we go and wrap that, right? That ensures that a pipe on that side, whatever the clockwise face is, because remember, north clockwise is east. And so that's the output port, but we want to make sure if a pipe is anywhere else trying to pull, it's not going to get anything, right? There's going to be null. So it's not going to be able to connect to that. Block-facing.code is the actual face that you're trying to interact with, is equal to clockwise. And yeah, I could simplify this, but you know, for the sake of my sanity, I don't do too much there. Okay, so the item input and output are on the same face, right? Have you noticed that? Input and output. So, again, we want to grab the face that we're rotating from. So if we're north, we want the south opposite face. And I just realized this is wrong. This would be route side. Right? Because the input on the back is actually the north face. So if we built this north, then it's the north face that we want. This is the south face, that's the opposite. So coming down here, then we go string opposite. My brain is opposite. Good Lord. Yeah, that's right. String opposite equals block facing dot from code rote side dot opposite dot code. Typo. If face dot code equals opposite, return inventory of, this is push into 3, right? Two. 0. I keep thinking 0. 2. Three. So we push into inventory of 2. We pull from inventory of 3. Yep. Okay. So that is our that's our setup. Okay. Not really sure what these do. but they work. Not going to question it. Okay, so now we have... I'm just going to do a test here. I just clicked a random button. It may or may not have been the insert add button. I just wanted to experiment. Just to see what would happen. So let me know if something happened. If not, it is what it is. Okay, so yeah, that should be the inventory access spots, right? So we can close that. We don't need that memory gobbled up by any stretch. Okay, so get liquid auto pull from slot. Now the recipe. Oh Lord. So let's go to recipe system, recipes. And I built this recipe system way before I think there was much in the way of being able to add recipes to the system. I couldn't figure out a way to do it. So we're going to have to go to maybe recipe distillation tower. Let's go to recipes. We're going to add class recipe chem plant. Public. Let's open the distillation tower. Okay, and then we're just going to copy, paste. Okay. And I got to start from somewhere, so I just want to there's an ambiguous object in here. This here, JSON object. This is an ambiguous object because for some reason, in their infinite wisdom, there are two different libraries that use the same exact name. JSON object. So newtonsoft.json. Does not implement. I'm pretty sure it does. See this. This here is it's too ambiguous. I need to be very specific about what we need to pull. Everything else is largely generic, and then there's another one. So I can't remember. JSON object. VintageStory.api.data structures. So that using VintageStory.api.data structures. And that should have enabled all of the JSON objects. But now why is this complaining? Recipe chemical plant.clone. And of course, we have to once we get the base, we have to like go in and kind of tweak it a little bit. But I tried to build this to be as like generic as possible, just to allow me to kind of copy and paste it. VE chemical plant. And then the requires, it'll have a soot, of course. We have to have a soot attribute. Dirty, dirty, dirty soot. So ingredients, outputs, ingredients.length, outputs.length. What decides how many there are? Let's see. Num extensions. That is something I don't need. So, getting rid of that. Okay, here we go. Might have to tweak the logic of this, but I'll worry about that later. Most of everything else should be just basically generic. Yeah, we can do num extensions here. Don't need that. Okay, what determines output slots.length? Okay, this is a try craft. That I'm obviously going to have to change. Should be in liquid slot. Item stack equals null. JSON item attributes. How about we do if item stack dot. No, I didn't want to. Dot is liquid. Dot collectible dot is because item attributes, watertight container prompts may not be set. Like if some mod out there invents a liquid, introduces a liquid that doesn't have these props in the attributes, but it's still a liquid, like matter state, right? The matter state is liquid, but it doesn't have container, which we could do, right? We could literally do because, like, think about like super high temperature steam or super radioactive, fissile fuel, right? You're not going to want to run around with buckets of that shit, right? So watertight container props may not be set universally for all liquids. So yeah, it's just one of those. If it's a liquid, it's return true. If it's, for some reason, if this doesn't pass, this is liquid. If this doesn't pass, but it has the attribute, then something weird happened, but still return true. Okay. Pair input. This is a nasty bit of code. I tried figuring out how this code works, but oh my god, it's just a nightmare. Because you're taking any number of inputs, right? You're taking any number of inputs and trying to match any number of recipes. So it's just like, does this input match this ingredient, and does this input match this ingredient? And it's just like a crazy amount of code. And it's one of those, like, if somebody figures out a way to do this like better, like universally better, then I would love to be able to just have a generic function call that's just like, this works with all of my recipes, and then I could change all of my recipes to then call a single function rather than have this copy and pasted for, because this is literally the same, this pair input is literally the same for every single one of my recipes. Okay. And then clone, is literally just everything, and then mapping, resolve, let's put management, num fluid outputs. What do I do with this variable? Oh, yeah, I remember. I had a thing for an extension for the num fluid outputs. I'll leave that in just in case I need it, but it doesn't really hurt much. All it does is iterate through all the outputs, make sure everything is resolved, and then if it's liquid, then give me the number of fluid outputs. And I think what I do, what I should do, chemical plant recipe, two fluid, one item input, one item, three fluid output. What happened? What happened to the thingy? What? I don't understand. Like, how does Visual Studio taking a giant step backwards with its IntelliSense? How is it possible that a feature gets worse that's been in this software for literally 30 years? How is this not picking this summary up? I don't understand. Anyway. So this chemical plant, 2 fluid and 1 item input, 1 item and 3 fluid outputs in any combination, right? So what it does is it's going to select the recipe based on what it gets, right? So in any combination, you'll be able to, with 2 fluids and 1 item, you'll have a myriad of different potential recipes that you could do. Right? But you won't be able to have 2 different recipes that use the identical inputs. Right? Like, the inputs have to be unique to the recipe, because that's how it determines the recipe, is what you put into it. And then the output is just defined. So what we can do here is we go to the recipes, and we're going to have new folder VE Chem plant. And I'm just going to copy this and go here. And let's just do like cracking. And then open. Okay. So let's do cracking heavy oil. Okay. And then just delete the rest of these for now. So power per craft, right? The combination of the chemical plant's power per second and the power per craft determines how fast this thing will craft, right? So if we want a craft every second, then we do 15,000. That's 1 craft a second. If we want it faster than that, we go under the power per second of the machine. If we want it more than a second, we go higher than 15,000. But if I change the chemical plant power per second, right, that would change how fast the recipes get crafted. Because the time that it takes a recipe to craft is directly relational to the power per second rating of the machine and how much power per craft. This is how Minecraft machines, pretty much universally across the board, work. Because it allows you to eventually, possibly, be able to augment or enhance machines down the road with like module slots and upgrades and stuff like that, where you are able to increase its power per second rating, right? You're able to increase the power per second rating, and so that means, let's say we double, let's say this is set to 15,000. And then down the road, we figure out a way to upgrade it. We have augments or whatever, and we upgrade the chemical plant through whatever means, like just invent your own means. And we double it to 30,000 power per second, right? So now the chemical plant is capable of working at 30,000 power per second. Well, all things being equal, the power per craft on this then goes from 1 second to a half a second. You essentially double how fast this thing can craft this recipe. And that's how Minecraft machines work. This is why, like, thermal expansion, you're able to put all those augments in and boom, right? You got a whole bunch faster. Or industrial foregoing. You've got upgrades in it, which augment the variables on the machine, the recipes are based on like how much power it's able to apply per tick or per second. So it just is what it is. So if we go in here and we go heavy oil portion, and instead of 10 liters, I don't know. If we say 5 liters, and then we say we want game water portion 5 liters. I did whatever. Like, it's just make up whatever you want to make up. So heavy oil plus water, total of 10 liters. And I could, if there's a like oil refinery person who knows what the hell how this all works. I'm not a chemist. I'm basing this off of like Factorio oil processing and maybe a little bit of, mechanism a little sprinkled in there here and there. So we're going to do output bitumen. Let's do one variable 0 slot ID will be 3. Okay, the item, not a fluid, item, slot ID 3. Slot ID maps to the machine's inventory slot, right? So, unfortunately, it's the best way to ensure when a recipe crafts that all of the outputs are mapped to the exact same tanks, right? Especially when you have like massively variable numbers of outputs, right? The base game does not allow you to output more than one thing for any recipe. You output one thing, and you don't even allow variability. That's one of the things my mod introduces is a much expanded crafting system, which is why I kind of had to invent my own recipe system, because the base game does not allow you to do that. At least it didn't when I, first started. Okay. So heavy oil plus water, diesel portion. If we do, I don't know, guys, like 4.5. This would be slot ID 4. And then we go, let's say, what else if you're cracking heavy oil, what else would you get? Diesel, gasoline portion, let's say 2, 5, and this would be 6, and this would be LPG. So I also try to do like, okay, so we have 4.5, 4, 5, 6.5, 1 here, I'll just say that's 7, and so this would be 3. Which would equal 10, essentially 10 liters. The stack size, the bitumen is like 1 bitumen. I'm just kind of mapping to like 1 liter. Like you take 1 liter, and it's like what kind of cruddy, tarry, crazy, like bitumen is just this like semi-solid tar, like crazy material, like really gritty. It was one of the longest running experiments that we have going right now is the bitumen drop. I forgot what university, the guy, somebody started that back in like the early 1900s. It's the experiment's been going for like over 100 years. but he's got this bitumen drop, and it's literally just a bunch of bitumen in it, and it takes years for this thing to actually drop into, like the drop forms over years and years and years, and then drops. There's literally I think there's a webcam. There's literally the bitumen drop webcam. So bitumen it's like a solid, but it's also a liquid, and it's just this weird substance. So I'm like, take a liter, like you have a total of 10 liters of fluid that are mixed, heated, and re-distilled. Essentially what this chemical plant doing is mixing the heavy oil and water, which introduces a bunch more hydrogen and oxygen to the heavy oil, which mixes it, heats it, creates this slurry, and then you're basically redistilling the mixture into a little bit of bitumen, which is the remainder of that heavy oil that you took, and then the diesel, gas, and LPG. So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and a half. Well, no, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, so let's do 4. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then this stack size 1. I'm just kind of in my brain. I'm mapping 1 bitumen to a single liter. So that would be 10 total mass input and 10 total mass output. But what amount of power is this? Okay, what amount of power is this? Well, 4 liters of diesel, right, is a lot of power. Okay, diesel portions 4 liters. Well, that's 4. What is that? Items per liter would be 100. So that's 400 portions of diesel. Okay. 400 portions. This would be 200 portions of gas and 300 portions of LPG. While 400 portions of diesel is 400,000 power. Because a portion is 1,000 power per second for, I don't know how many seconds. We look at diesel portion. This is 1,000 power per second for 5 seconds. So each portion then is essentially 5,000 power. Each portion is 5,000 power. So this, right, amount of diesel is 400 portions times 5,000 power. I just want to make sure I get my numbers right. So just that amount of diesel is 2 million power. That feels like it's too much. That feels like it's way too much. For a craft that costs $15,000. Just in the diesel. Right? So what, like, either this process, like the incentive for this obviously would be the gross amount of power that you would get out of it. Right? If you are doing this, like, crazy amount of power. Crazy amount of power. And you could, via the cracking system, fuel many generators with this if you just basically do an extract node and you do a round robin through diesel. So you have it output into a single tank. That tank then has a diesel output filtered. That filter output is set to round robin with a really low amount of liters output, right? So there are filter options, pipe filters, that have a small amount of movement, so like maybe 0.5 liter, right? So they don't do a lot of liters per second, but they allow you to then change the distribution mode and even add a filter. So the ability there is, I don't need 50 liters per second, right? I don't need that. But what I want to do is round robin the amount, because then it would fill one generator and the next and the next and the next as it's emptying. And by the time it's done doing that, there's another batch going in, and you have a diesel setup, and then you have a gasoline setup. And through all of those, you can generate enough power to keep multiple of these running. So I think power per craft, we may not, if we do 15,000 power per second, okay, as our chemical plant, right here, 15,000 power per second, what then should this recipe, like, how long should it take? The distillation process that gets us the heavy oil is a 5-minute craft. And the amount of heavy oil it gives us is like, I want to say something around 2.5 or 3.5. We can look at the distillation of crude oil recipe here. Heavy oil, we get 3.5 every 5 minutes if you have at least one extension. So every 5 minutes you're getting 3.5 liters. Cracking that down, right? This is every second. So a far cry from every 5 minutes. So if we go maybe every 2 minutes, right? We do every 2 minutes, we can crack heavy oil. Because there's also going to be the option to crack other things, namely naphtha and or LPG, right? These are the two high end, but we don't get a lot of these. We get a little bit of naphtha and a little bit of LPG, but not by much. So either A, we lower the amount we produce or the amount we process way down, or we make it more expensive, right? Because just this recipe alone, again, to recap, just this recipe alone gives us 2 million power worth of diesel. So I can edit, I have a lot of little dials and stuff that I can change to tweak the balance of this. I do want there to be incentive to build this thing, because this is going to be one of the most expensive buildings to build in the MB tier. Like, this thing is enormous. The amount of iron and steel that you're going to need to build this thing is going to be obscene. So there's got to be some incentive to do it, and so I'm okay with that, but I think we need to have this craft be longer than a second. Okay? So maybe 1 minute. So if we take 15,000 power per second times 60, right? That gets us 900,000 power. $900,000 power, and you might look at that and go, holy Moses. Right? That's a lot. And then soot, we can say like 16. And again, the soot is not really used. We can introduce that way down the line. We could introduce a way of capturing this value in some way, and introducing like chunk-based pollution side effects, right? You can just be like, in a chunk with really high soot values, right? You could add a mod system, right? That introduces a system that tracks and distributes soot chunk-based, not block-based, chunk-based, like a big chunk-based thing. And the soot value, wherever your machines are, that chunk is going to get really, really high in soot, which will then dissipate to neighboring chunks over time in a very low frequency. You want a very low frequency update. But that distribution, and then you can, with that mod system, if any given chunk gets over a certain threshold of soot, right, whatever value that is, right, let's say it's an integer, so the soot value gets above, let's say, 400. Well, above 400, you can start affecting things, right? You can start making leaves of trees disappear. You can start eliminating grass, right? The tall grass. You can start eliminating flowers, and then you can start converting the grass blocks or the forest floor to just some sort of dirt variant that doesn't grow grass, right? Something like polluted dirt, where you cannot get grass to spread to that. It's polluted dirt. That kind of system, right, is very possible using just the soot, but it would take quite a bit of integration into the mod to be able to pull that value out based on these crafts. But again, if you want to work with me and figure out a way to do that and marry the two systems together, that would be great. But the soot value is there because I just wanted to include a way to do that. So now, other recipes, again, we can copy that, and then we want to do an example example for plastic pellet. This craft can be much less. Let's go just 90. So that would be what? 9 seconds. This will be much less soot, but we'll feed in naphtha portions and say 1 liter of naphtha, and then this will be what would be the catalyst? Now, if we go full factorial, this would be in some way coal. But I think what we should do is have it be renewable and go to, say, charcoal. Because charcoal is the renewable thing. So 1 liter of naphtha one charcoal gets you plastic pellet 10 with a variability of, let's say, 2. We haven't invented the plastic pellet yet, obviously. Because realistically, when plastic is made, it's made in little fine pellets, right? And then a company that wants to make things that made out of plastic gets giant containers of those pellets, and then those are then heated and formed in the big molds and stuff like that. But the actual crafting of the pellets is where the start of the plastic comes from, and then that could be any number of things. But naphtha portion, and again, we can tweak and change and rebalance and do all of this, but 1 liter of naphtha, 1 charcoal, and the stack size of this, because the naphtha, we're not actually getting that much naphtha, right? 0.6 per craft, and that's a pretty high level distillation rest. That's 5 or 6 extensions would be needed for that, but we get 0.6 the naphtha here. We get 0.6 per craft. So I could change this to whatever, but the intention here is you have a giant tank that you are putting naphtha in and storing this up for a while as your distillation goes, right? That then you can put into and do batch crafts of plastic when you need to, right? So you build 1 chemical plant. That 1 chemical plant, right, you use to start cracking, and you can pick and choose, like, hey, I'm going to crack a bunch of heavy oil, because the products that heavy oil gives you are the same as anything. So this LPG, we could change this LPG to naphtha and get even more ability for plastic. But I'm not anticipating plastic being a very big thing, but it's it'll be used. It'll make a really good flat texture, green, almost like green screen texture. So the plastic blocks themselves, when you craft them, will be a very vivid, colorful block that you can then use to decorate and build cool structures. But a vibrantly colored block of all the different colors, and how we manage the colors, I don't know. But it'll be a good building block. So yeah, if I can set this to 20, variable 2, so between 18 and 22 items when you craft it. Because you're basically turning essentially a gas, into items, and so you're taking that. I honestly don't know as far as the actual chemistry of it, what ratios you could run into, but we could introduce a crack for lubricant. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do cracking lubricant. And we're going to remove bitumen. We're going to get maybe some a little bit of diesel. a little bit of gas, and then naphtha. Well, let's dial this down. 3 liters of this, 2 liters of this. We want 1 liter of diesel, 2 liters of gas, and then 2 liters of naphtha. And that would allow you to get a little bit more naphtha, and it would allow you to sink your lubricant, right? Because right now we don't really have a use for this. The intention is to eventually build a system that would allow you to, say, lubricate a pump jack, right? And just like immersive petroleum, if you build the lubricator on the pump jack, it would actually visually show, hey, this is lubricated, and the pump jack would then be able to work a little bit faster, or even maybe dial down the power per second rating or something like that, just allow you to, on things that have moving parts. So I'm envisioning like not the distillation, the pump jack, and say the drill derrick. Like the drill derrick has the moving part. You could put the lubricant on there and draw down, like reduce its power per second rating, something like that. But that's an infrastructure that I have to work out, down the line. Those are quality of life those are fun little features to add after everything is like done and working. But yeah, so if we have 1 liter of naphtha, 1 charcoal, then we get maybe 20 plastic pellets, because I'm imagining a block. I don't know. Should we have a machine, right? Should we introduce like the need for like a small machine that actually forms the blocks, like plastic blocks, and move away from like grid-based crafting to a more like this machine is set to, an archetype of block. Like I want a block, I want stairs, I want a pane, like a window pane, I want like a thin pane. Block would be the most universal because you'd be able to chisel it, right? A full block you'd be able to chisel it into whatever thing that you wanted. So it'd be the most universally like useful, but it would also be the most expensive to make. So you'd need like maybe 8 pellets to make a block. And that would allow you to then use that material in, multi-material chiseled blocks. Or you can make paintings and do just like a green screen, right? Chroma keyed green screen. I don't think you can use like slabs or stairs or anything when you create the materials for a chiseled block. I don't think you're allowed to use like a slab, right? A half slab or a set of stairs or something in them. I guess I haven't tried. I don't think I've ever tried to do that, but something tells me that it's not possible. But this gives you more naphtha from the lubricant and allows you a little bit more leeway. And then the craft here, instead of, this is set to a minute. I think a minute is fine. 900,000 power. Because you're going to get a liter of diesel, which is 100 portions, right? And 100 portion is going to be, 100, what's 100 times 5,000? Right? It's like 5 million power. No, not 5 million. 500,000 power. So it's going to cost you 900,000. This alone is going to give you 500,000, and then the gasoline is going to give you even more. Gasoline is a little bit better of a fuel. It gets you a little bit more than 1,000 power per second, right? Not by much, but just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. And then this plastic pellet, we're going to do is we're going to cut this. New text. This is going to be plastic.json. I always make them an array, even if there's one item in there, I make it an array because if I come in here and add alternate recipes, like if somebody wants, hey, instead of charcoal, how about you just like every different type of coal? You have anthracite, lignite, and bituminous, 3 different types of coal. We could also put in here with varying outputs, right? Instead of just charcoal, we could say, hey, bituminous coal, right? Which is I think it's essentially like black coal, like the richest coal. You could maybe get a buff, and so if you happen to find it in the world, you would get more stacks out of it. But bituminous coal also makes the best coke, right? If you're making coke to say make steel, bituminous coal is the best coal to use for that. You get more coke per unit of bituminous coal making coke than any of the other types. So anthracite or lignite, are a little lesser grades of coal or carbon than bituminous. So I know a little bit more about coal than I do oil because my state happens to have quite an exceptional amount of coal in it. So yeah, this plastic pellet is good to go here. This, I think, is a good start. Something to test with at the very least for the recipes. And again, the ingredients, we could include a catalyst. So we can have 2 fluids and an item in the ingredients. Right? I don't use that specific feature here. I could introduce it here. I always like to have at least one recipe that uses the entirety of what's possible. So cracking heavy oil, what would make a good catalyst, right, to crack heavy oil? I'm open to ideas. Something in the game. Would have to be organic, like an organic base. Stone? Like, not sure what. I could imagine like quicklime. I mean, it would definitely be a cool use for quicklime. There's not a lot in the game that uses quicklime, so it would be fun to quicklime, because quicklime is a smelted, right? You take lime, you crush it. Yeah, you take lime, you crush it,
You take that crushed lime and you cook it, and it makes quicklime, which is used in like plasters and stuff. But it would literally force you to find lime sourced items like limestone or chalk. As well as make you process it. So I'm good with the idea of quicklime. And so this would be game quicklime. Quantity 1. You don't need a lot of it, right? You're not going to need hundreds and hundreds, but you are going to need some way of getting quicklime. Now, I do believe I have a kiln recipe. Well, maybe I don't. I thought I did. I wonder if it's in the blast furnace. If I go to kiln, see, it's looking at the combustible prompts. Ah, yes. This. I exclude the cook type. Okay. Which this is. For some reason. Because I didn't want the kiln to be used for like baking bread. Right? But quicklime, we should allow the kiln to produce quicklime. So this is saying smelted ratio of 2. This is saying 2 lime make a quicklime. So what we could do is introduce a recipe, a very specific recipe. Right? So in this logic, recipe kiln, if we include a recipe, right, the lime has combustible props. Okay? It already has combustible props. But this is looking to see if a recipe exists. If it does, this takes priority. If a recipe exists for a machine or this machine and it's found, then it needs to take priority. So if we introduce a custom recipe for quicklime for the kiln, it would 100% take priority and be matched and processed without ever looking at any of this, right? It wouldn't even care because a recipe would exist. So we can basically go to the kiln, quicklime, and say game lime, game quicklime. temp 825. Requires time, like, I'm okay with like 2 seconds. Really fast. Maybe 5 seconds. 2 seconds. Well, let's look. Requires temp. Current recipe. Yeah, requires time. So if we take requires time away, the power per craft then takes into effect. But this ensures that it will, once it hits temperature, it'll spit one out every 2 seconds. I think that's okay. There's a quicklime recipe. Yeah, it's the quicklime recipe is defined right here. Combustible props. This is where the quicklime recipe is. Okay. What I'm doing is I'm introducing a recipe to the kiln that allows you to make quicklime. Right? And this is a 1-to-1. Rather than a 2-to-1, this is a 1-to-1. I usually try to make my machines give you a little bit better of a ratio, but you know, it is what it is. So this is saying, hey, take a lime, make a quicklime. There's an else if statement with it. What? You got to give me a line number. You got to give me a file and a line number. If you've seen it, like, just throw it out there, like file and line number, because yeah, I can't decode what you're saying because of the stream delay. The stream delay makes it like nearly impossible to pick up what you're seeing because you're, you know, a little bit behind. Okay, so if you can, yeah, that doesn't tell me anything. That it's in the file. I don't know what file. Right here. Okay. This includes the ratio. So I mean, if we didn't want an explicit 1-to-1, right? If we wanted to keep that ratio, then yeah, this would work. As long as it actually works. So, yeah, we wouldn't need this. The ratio would still be there. So if we got rid of that, there we go. Okay. Yeah, if I just would have looked down my file a little bit more, I would have seen it. So if C property is not equal to null, which that would be true, but C property is a smelt time equals cook. This would not pass, so it would skip that and go down here to this else if. And then C property is not equal to null, that would be true again. C properties that smelted stack does not equal null, that also would pass, and the smelted stack code by quicklime. That would pass, therefore it would set everything good to go. And this makes sure that there's enough in it for the ratio. The stack size is greater than or equal to the smelted ratio, which is 2. So there has to be at least 2 lime in order for it to actually trigger. And if this passes, then C properties equals null, and it doesn't actually take, and then all the rest of this runs, which basically stops the machine. But as soon as you add a second one in there, that triggers the whole thing to check again, right? Because the find matching recipe is that's like every machine that has a recipe has that call, to find matching recipe. So, and that's called whenever a slot changes. So, okay, so close lime. This gives us a use for quicklime, and as well as a recipe that shows everything that you can do, inputs and outputs with the machine. So it's got at least one recipe that uses all of the features, and I really wish you could add comments in here without VS Code just completely throwing up all over you, right? Because if you try to do like a comment like this, right, it's like comments are not permitted in JSON, right? And it's like VS Code does not like that at all. I really wish you could do comments in JSON. God, I really wish you could. I don't know why you can't. Why their JSON engine just doesn't ignore, right, lines that start with // like just ignore those. That's all you need to do is as you're processing and you run into a line that's // just ignore it. Or even in the middle of a sentence, like just like in the middle of a line, if you have a // just ignore the rest. Move on. Okay, but yeah, having that good to go there. Close that. Okay, so we have the recipe. We can close this recipe chem plant. So the recipe is basically done. Just want to make sure that these are all set right. Chemical plant. Okay, and the thing that determines the directory that it looks in, I have to go to recipe loader and register system. So we come down here. public list recipe chem plant CHEMICL plant recipes equals new giant machine that converts, that takes 3 inputs and can make 4 outputs. Okay. And then all of this, register recipe registry. I just love this. Okay, so we want public void register chemical plant recipe chemical plant recipe chem plant. If not VE system.can register okay. Recipe chemical plant dot recipe ID equals chemical plant recipes dot count plus 1. Chemical plant recipes dot add recipe chem plant. This basically loads them. It's just really, really fast. Loads them. Register chemical plant recipe. This you're already giving this a recipe, right? So a recipe of that type is passed into this, and it just adds it to the list. So there's a list in memory of just every recipe in the game, just how the game works. And so you have a generic register machine recipe. Right, and so this, we have one reference of this. This is what adds like handbook stuff, I think. Oh, there's so much stuff in here. A lot of the stuff is all generic. So we come up here and we say this dot chemical plant recipes equals API dot register recipe registry recipe chemical plant recipe registry generic of recipe chemical plant VE chem plant dot recipes. Okay. Add recipes do handbook. This dot chemical plant recipes. What would be a verb? Right? What would be a verb for the chemical plant? So what this is doing is saying, all right, you take the recipes and the required machine. This is the key, right? That is in the chemical plant. So if we open, we go to block types, we go to multi-block, and let's open the chemical plant. And let's say the distillation. Attributes. Where was this? I know this is in here. What did I? Oh, this is a chemical plant. Let's go distillation base, attributes, recipe machine by type, right here. I'm gonna go to attributes, comma, recipe machine by type, chem plant. That's where that code comes from, right here. Chem plant. Chem plant. Okay. So this is what drives when you're looking at a recipe. You see distills into or distills. So this is where these are coming from. Like processes into verb or created by verb. So processes into would be X distills into Y. Okay? So what verb would you use for a chemical plant? Right? X something something Y. Right? What would be a good verb for that? Or what would be a good phrase for that? That would indicate the chemical plant. How about oh, I don't even know. I don't want it too long, but I was thinking like chemically converts. Into, or just converts into, but there's no indication of the chemical plant in that situation. Right? So you have distills into, smelts into, industrially bakes into, right, for the creosote oven. Industrial mixes into, industrial fires into, industrial crushes into, extrudes. chemical plant is like chemically, I don't know, like it's like my mind thinks that there is a word that would like be perfect. It's like my brain is like, I know there's a word that would be perfect, but I have no idea what it is. Because converts into like I don't know, created by chemical plant. How about cracks? Cracks into. So then we look at Lang. Cracks into. Created by, let's make this one cracking. Do I have distills into? Oh, I do. Let's actually take these. And put them up here. Just so they're in the same block. Okay, and then we can say Can crack. Chemical plant can crack elements into other elements or process inputs. I don't know. Like, what would be a good description for the chemical plant? Chemical plant can crack or and crack slash process. I want to include the word crack in there because if you see the say a chemical plant can crack process elements into other elements, and then you look at a recipe or you look at an item and you're like, oh, like diesel portion, right, is element cracked or cracks into element, right, and you can see cracks into. Well, the thing that includes that word is the chemical plant. So it's kind of the a subtle thread that combines those two, the verb of crack and the actual recipe itself, and what you need to build in order to access that recipe. Now, eventually, what I want to do is augment the help text thingy, right? Augment the help text and include the actual machine that's used, right? So it would be element cracks into element in machine, right? And you would have a little machine right there. I want to look at that a little deeper. I think the chemical plant is like listed in there somewhere. I can't 100% be sure, but the chemical plant can crack process elements into other elements. Useful for processing heavy oil, naphtha into plastic, or heavy oil, useful for cracking heavy oil and lubricant. These should not be capital. I have such a bad habit of capitalizing everything. Useful for cracking heavy oil and lubricant into useful for cracking heavy oil and lubricant, processing naphtha into plastic. LPG, I don't know what would be a good use for LPG. We could introduce a recipe for LPG. Right now, it's a really good fuel. It's the highest power per second fuel. But if we say take LPG, we could crack it into, like 2 or 3 even better fuels. But, at the cost of crazy amounts of power. I don't know to what extent people are going to dive into this and actually enjoy it. My hope is that people are enjoying it, but I'm doing a huge amount of work here just hoping people find it fun and engaging and a challenge to build all of this, because this is going to take hundreds of iron and steel. Hundreds. Chemical plant can crack process elements into other elements. Useful for cracking heavy oil and lubricant, processing naphtha into plastic. Takes up to 1 item and 2 fluid inputs, and outputs up to 1 item and 3 fluid. Inputs determine recipe. And then I'll have to do obviously the the colors and stuff later. Okay. Okay, now these and I mean, technically the distillation tower is like, it's a very similar thing, right? But the distillation tower is only a single fluid input with, with extensions of the whole infrastructure that distillation tower takes. So any number of things can be done with the distillation tower, but it's limited on the inputs. One fluid input. That's it. So the chemical plant is like the more generic version of the distillation tower that allows much more freedom of what recipes you use. So like huge amount of possibilities with crazy things. But let's look recipes, VE Chem plant. Okay. So this VE Chem plant, I think this right here is where that directory is set. This is going to look in the directory VE Chem plant, right? And you can have a mod that has this, right? This is completely generic to the game. So any mod that you have loaded is looking in that directory. So you can have that directory in any domain, in any mod, and add recipes to this. Right? And that's true with every one of my recipes, right? Because if you have a mod, right, and your mod has grid, well, that label grid comes from that recipe loader. So you can this is how mods can add grid recipes or barrel recipes or clay forming recipes in their own domains using the directory name. And that is what determines. So you can have a mod, right? You can have a separate mod in a separate domain that has VE Crusher as a directory, and then in that you can introduce Crusher recipes, right? And you can do that with every one of my machines. I built it using the same sort of methodology as the base game, so you can augment the recipes as you want, and then on top of that, JSON patch mods can patch the recipes based on the domain and file name, right? So if you're explicitly trying to patch one of my recipes, you use Vint Engineering, VINTENG, right? That's my domain, and then recipes, VE Crusher, and then Sawdust, and you can patch the elements of that recipe to whatever you want, whatever rebalance change you make, and then that applies, right, to when it loads in. Because the game does is it loads all of the JSON into memory, then it goes through and loads all of the JSON patches and runs all the patches. Once the patches are all done, everything is patched, then it processes everything like into actual objects, right? It loads everything, patches everything, and then creates, all of the objects in memory and converts everything basically into game data and objects that you can then use, right? So the recipes, the blocks, the items, the entities, all of that stuff is created after the JSON is loaded, and that's universal across every mod. All of the JSON is loaded, and then all of the patches are loaded and applied. Only then does the game actually build everything and process everything. So that is true, and it's almost universal. Like, after the game loads everything is loaded. It knows, it keeps track of like the domain and the directories and where everything is, and it knows if a JSON patch is patching this domain, recipes, VE Crusher, Sawdust, it knows where to find that and where to patch that, and applies the patch and moves on to the next one. And then finally, when it loads everything up, boom, the patch is applied automatically. So it's very, very nice. The system is brilliant. It's so good. Now, you're not going to be able to invent in a recipe. You're not going to be able to invent more inputs or outputs, right? There's a finite number of things that the machine itself can load and the recipe itself can support. So you're not going to be able to go out, you're not going to be able to color outside the lines in terms of what the machine can do, but in the framework of how many inputs, how many outputs, any number of variants you can have in there. So it's an incredibly powerful system. And most of my machines are very specific on what they try to do. The kiln versus the grinder versus the extruder versus the log splitter, right? You could make a recipe for the log splitter that takes in, a block of gravel, just feed it gravel, and it gives you diamonds. It doesn't matter what it does. The recipe is the recipe. So you can create crazy cheaty recipes if you wanted to, with whatever machine, like the metal press. You could have metal press. You could again put in like charcoal and have it output emeralds. Like, it just doesn't matter what it is. There's no like safeguards in making like, oh, I want to make sure you can only use metal in here. It's like, no. It's kind of wide open, which allows other modders the freedom to sort of invent and create and figure out, things that they can do. So, yeah, what I should do is create a mod, right? That does all of that. That just patches my mod, right? And it's just an example supplementary mod that just goes in and patches my mod and gives you examples of how to tweak tweak the recipes and stuff. Because you could even go in and change the shape, and there's a lot of different things you can do with JSON. So it's pretty crazy. But anyway, that was a tangent. Okay, so this is good. And then recipe loader, we want to come in here. This.load recipe. Recipe chemical plant. VE chemical plant recipe. Recipes / VE chem plant. Delegate. Recipe chem plant. R. That was supposed to. Okay, so I misspoke. This is the thing that loads the recipes, and this is the directory that it looks in. You note there's no domain here. There's no domain here. It's just looking in the directory recipes.chemclan, and that's universal across every mod that's loaded. It's looking in the recipes directory and the VE Chem plant directory. Right? And this load recipes is going to iterate through anything it finds in there. It's going to iterate through them and process the recipe. Right? It's going to load it, which is essentially loading it as an object, and then it's registering that with the function that all that does is add it. It adds it to here. But this load recipes, right? This is a generic load recipes of tea, and it's literally every call is doing this, and all it's doing is iterating through the inputs and iterating through the outputs, right? And it's basically saving those values. Right? Load generic recipe. And it's passing in the object, and the load generic recipe is doing most of the heavy lifting here. Where it's just like, there's a crazy amount of stuff that it does. Because it has to validate, right, that everything exists. So if you ever see like blank file blah use of wildcards blah blah, so if you ever see errors in this is where these errors come from. If it runs into problems loading a recipe, it'll spit out random errors here and there. So like if something is labeled as an item but it's actually a block, you'll get like, hey, I don't know how to map this because I don't find any items that are this name when it's actually should be a block, and vice versa. So just things like that it's just really interesting. But yeah, we have VERRS is the recipe registry system, which I had to roll my own because my recipes are very, very outside the norm of the game. So it's like, yeah, it took some time to build this, and almost right away when I published the first version of this mod, somebody stole, literally copied and stole all of my recipe work, and they just took it all without even giving me credit. I just got so mad. So yeah, this TriCraft I still have to work on. I'll get that. I'll get that in a bit, but yeah, output slots here. Will be the 4 output slots. Be the item and then three fluids. Right? Because the slot ID, when I map a slot ID, I need to map the slot ID and offset it to the number of inputs so it maps properly to the output slots. Because the output slots is a the output slots array will have 4 things, but the inventory with slot IDs has 7 things. So when I put the output slots in here, I need to make sure that the inventory that it actually crafts, the output slots are mapped properly. Right? Output slots of 1 or 0 is the item, and then 2, 3 are 1, 2, and 3 are the fluids. And then when I look at the recipe, right, and the recipe has slot ID, right? There's a slot ID on that output. That value has to get reduced by, I think 3, because I have 3 input slots. So it's just like the little things you have to, remember. So yeah, find matching recipe. That's going to be an amount of work. I just want to get I want to get this in a state primary in progress crafting loop. And then get block info, I'm going to have to customize this too, because yeah, we have two inputs, two fluid inputs. So we have tank 1 and tank 2. I don't know. Like, I could add a UI to this where it's just a super complicated UI, but you have 3 inputs, 4 outputs. I don't know if you want to see it at a glance or you want to have to open a UI to see all that data. Because it's, it would be a big UI. All of the inputs, all of the outputs, and basically like power, and that would be it. There would be no, like, you wouldn't, like, the only things you'd be able to interact with would be the item slot, the item inputs. So you'd have 2 item slots where you'd be able to put like a stack of items. The fluid slots you would not be able to interact with. So I don't know, like, I don't know how convenient it would be to do a UI. Of course, I could also use the UI and have a big like block of help text that would sort of walk the player through like how to actually use the thing. But again, that'd be a lot of like quality of life stuff that I could do later on. But input slot dot empty. Input slot. If not inventory of 0 dot empty, or not inventory of 1 dot empty, or not inventory of 2 dot empty. So if any of the 3 slots are not empty, then find matching recipe, right? If all 3 are empty, I don't know. All 3 of them are empty. It should sleep, but again, I'm not going to. When the from tree attributes, you should just be loading and parsing the data. You shouldn't be really doing anything too important, because this is called both on the client and the server, but they have wildly different functions. The server from tree attributes is called when stuff is loaded from disk. That's where if you go into a chunk and stuff loads from the disk, from tree attributes is called. On the client, from tree attributes is called when the server spits out more data to the client, right? It's the methodology of how it syncs from one to the next. We are going to need more data in here, namely like what the recipe is looked at. Like, there's going to be a lot of other important stuff in here. So right now, this is fine. Let's see if we can build. Yeah, let's see if we can build it. Okay. So let's make sure I don't have the zip in here. Okay. And I did update the game to 22.3. What happened here? Oh, is that more power suit stuff? Yeah, I should delete that. Yeah, I should delete that. There's chemical plant. One could not be resolved. Uh-oh, we're going to have to look at that. Which recipe could not be resolved? Do I have a typo? I wonder if I have a typo. Anytime now, game. I thought they said that loading times were improved. Like, dear God. I have a very finite number of mods. I could not imagine how long it would take. Where some of the people were like, "Yeah, I've got 70 mods." Like, I just couldn't imagine how long that takes. So do I have? Okay, I have this. So if we do game mode 1, oh, game mode 2. Oh my God, that takes so long. I'm going to void that. Okay, so game mode 1. Yeah. Put that there. Okay. Let's break. All right. Where is my sweet, sweet world eater? There it is. All right. So this thing is very big. Very, very big. So we're going to give block Vent Engineering VE MB Chemical Plant North or built north. Okay. We want to make sure we're facing north, and then dun, 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 boink. There it is. That's a biggin. That thing is huge. I love it. I love everything about it. It's great. It's fly through right now. We don't have it set. So this is, getting it in the game is the main challenge. I should have flattened out. I should have flattened out more area, but it is what it is. Ideally, I would have updated my building gadget mod because that would have been really helpful. This is how I basically create the schematics of these. Is I just like, all right, well, I'm going to need the incomplete. Come on. Always, always, always build these north, you know, when you're facing north, right? So that is the incomplete core. This is what the complete core looks like. So if we look at this, right? MV chemical plant core, MV chemical plant core. So this is the version of it that's built. This is the version of it that's not built. This is how this works. So now what we do with this is we build the schematic, right? We build what this thing needs, which is going to be a crazy, crazy amount of stuff. Fluids, heavy, light. Do I have any concrete? I do. Not a lot, not enough, that's for sure. Okay. I'm definitely gonna need more sheet metal. Like, look at that. And then we're gonna want fence, steel fence. Yeah, there we go. Steel fence. Oh yeah, and then what do we want to use for our base? I don't really have metal platforms, but I think it would be okay to use the slabs. So we have there and there. And then a gap of 3, and then another one. And this is 3. Okay. Well, may not be done with these. Where's my item? There they are. Oh, I'm not done with those either. Wooden fence, I don't need those in here. I need a power Power IO. Yeah. And because this game hates me, I need to eat a whole bunch of cheese. Hmm. Whoa. And I'm trying to be very, very consistent with the direction I'm facing. It just makes my life easier. Okay, so and yes, I know there's fence here. I'm not 100% sure. Like what to use here. I suppose I could use like maybe glass, but that's a block type that I've never used. I could use fence. That would, when the dummy blocks are set, that would make a collision box right here, right? So you wouldn't be able to walk in through here. Okay. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Missing one of the fence. I don't think so. This doesn't get fence. If you look over here, there's no fence in here. Right? I don't put a fence here because there's enough stuff going on here. So my only reluctance of pipes is my pipes are all block entities, and again, what I should have is like decorative pipes. That would be the best thing, but because my pipes, if I used my fluid pipes in here, every one of those would be a block entity, and I really don't know how that would work. Oh, not what I wanted. Oh, I must have had fence in here. There they are. Okay, and then I see a mistake. No! Are these right? Those are good. Oh no! How could I make a mistake like that? Okay. Oh. Like I said, this thing is going to be really damned expensive. Like, really expensive. But you'll be able to get obscene amounts of power and stuff from this thing. Now, do I have another steel? Yeah, there it is. So the real trick with these schematics is all of these fences, right, that are different shapes, they're all technically they're going to be mapped differently, right? The block numbers. So once the schematic is created, I'm going to have to go through and basically normalize all of the fence positions, right, to be exactly what they need to be, which is just the generic fence, and basically make my multi-block system ignore what variant it is. So I had to build a system to be able to do that. Like, the more complex the schematic is, obviously, like, the more complex the JSON has to be in order to take into account all the subtle little variants. Okay, so this basically, yeah, here. Oh, I ran out. That's 2, 1, 2. that is huge. That's so massive. I think what we're gonna do is come in here. We're gonna match that up there. And just have consistent, 2 blocks and then 2 blocks and then there we go. Because that matches this up here now. So yeah, we've got all of that ready to go. What we don't need is grass. I want to make sure when I do this schematic that there isn't some random grass tuft that pops up just like and then middle, that should be the core. Yep. So that, if we could get some, daytime, that would be great. Ah, are you going to wake up? Dear Lord. Okay. Now, is that good? Yes, the pipes are not as cool as pipes and stuff, but you just gotta have to deal with it. This is gonna be very complex. This is gonna be so complex. Okay. So game mode 2. We want to go to selection mode. And then we want to do that. Why are you doing that? Oh, I want to... What? What the hell is going on here? Make sure I got it all the way up to the top. Get those little nubs up here. This is going to be a crazy, crazy, crazy. So you have to look at, when you generate this, you have to be looking at the block that is like the core, the center. And then you do WEGMC. Boink. Okay. Then in my log dump, okay. Now for the really shitty part. Oh, man. Okay, so all of the steel fence, right? You have all of the different shapes. Well, again, this is really unique to the north face. Any other rotation in all of those directions, right? If we didn't go in and edit this, all of those directions would be changed if we were building this east, right? They would all be changed. So it's like we need to make these generic so that somebody, when they place it, the multi-block system ignores, all it looks for is the, like, literally this part. Steel fence, steel. And I know it's steel fence, steel, and there's an iron, there's a steel fence iron, or there could be. There could be a steel fence titanium. The reason why I named it steel fence and not metal fence is my mod, Buggy's Random Changes, adds an item called metal fence, right? And it allows you to build like gold fences and silver fences and etc. So I didn't want to overlap with my mod that was metal fence, so I just made it steel fence. It's kind of confusing, but I get that. Okay, so here we have multi-block structure. Let's get these going here. Okay, and then we XYZW X colon. We want this to be X colon. And then we want Y to be changed to Y. Okay. This is now good to go. To migrate all of these different block numbers. So this is the tough part here. I just want to, well, yeah, let's open block types, multi-block. I think the derrick definitely has fence. Distillation tower doesn't. Yeah, right here. 9 is the... no, that's treated wood. Is facing false. Default variant east-west free. Okay. So then I need to open chemical plant. We're going to copy, well, yeah. So Steel fin, steel dash star. God, I keep trying to save this damn. My brain is. So steel fin, steel metal. So steel fin. So there's 4. So we need. These attributes are very, very specific. Like, there's very specific uses for this. So this tag, like default variant east-west free, this controls the is facing. I think this is, I'm pretty sure, this is saying, hey, it doesn't matter. The is facing, it doesn't matter what face it is. But the default variant is when you break the multi-block, when you go to break the multi-block, what variant do I use when I break the multi-block? So is phasing is like, it doesn't matter what variant I use. Like when you validate when you're validating the multi-block, don't care about what like facing. But when you convert it back into from a multi-block, when you convert it back into the schematic, I need to know what variant. So that's what that code does. So this literally like number 4 10 11 12 13 16 17 18 22 So those are all of the IDs. Let me just do one more once over here. Metal ladder, metal platform. This is the core. Okay. So for all of these reds, I have to say W:4 change to 1. Right? So there's 92 instances of block 4, ID 4, right, that I have to change. This is a big multi-block, everybody. This thing is huge. So we're changing from 4 back to 1. So set. Then we have to change 10 back to 1. Ooh. Oh, that should have worked. But then 11. Okay, 11 to 1 should work. 12. And 13. There's just 2 of those. 16, 17, and 18. 16. 17. 18. 22 to 26. Okay. Oh, I did it again. I don't know, honest to God, I don't know if these numbers are out of order, not out of order. If there are numbers skipped, I don't honestly know how the game would treat that. But basically this would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Okay. So let's do 5 to 4. Okay. Then we do 6 to 5. 7 to 6. 8 to 7. 9 to 8. Ooh. There's 106. This must be, what is it? This must be this sheet metal. Yep. 162 sheet metal. Ooh. I'm going to hear about that. I just know people are going to be like, what in God's name? Yeah, that's going to be rough. Okay, so now we're down 14 to 9. 15 to 10. 19 to 11. 20 to 12. 21 to 13. 3 of these. And then we just go like this. Well, I'm just going to do this, and this, and this, and this, and this. And then I can grab this, because that's still mapped the same. It's the same ID, ID 1. ID 5 is supposed to be, I believe, the treated wood. 9 attributes is facing true orientation any. So yeah, so 9 here is the treated wood. So treated wood slab down star. So 5 here is facing true, orientation any. This 5 should be 7. Power is 11. Same with this. I'll deal with this in a second, as well as these. And I also need this 3 is, yeah, okay. This is 2. Star. Opposite. That's actually what it needs to be. Because if you're building it north, the fence, you have to look south when you place the fence, and that's all the way to the top. If you're facing east, if you're building it east, then you have to face west. So it's just, this just says, hey, facing is important, but you have to be facing the opposite. And so it just allows the multi-block validator to compare to the right type, like the right orientation of the block. Is facing true means facing is relevant, and it needs to be facing the opposite way. So it's just how it works. 7 is facing true, orientation any, so 7 would be the slabs. 11 is the power here. 12 is interaction. So this would be 12. Power is 11. Fluid is actually 13. Item is 10. Heavy engineering, iron, slab, ladder. I need this is going to be 2. Metal platform would be 3. Four. 5. 6 I don't need. I need 7. 8. And 9. These are just, the dummy blocks are like what gives me the collision box, right? The dummy blocks are like, hey, this is a block. Does it have a special use? If it does, it's a special kind of dummy block. Otherwise, like the dummy block, the ladder variant of dummy block is a dummy block that is climbable. It's just how the ladder works. Right? So you have blocks that really don't do anything but need a collision, sort of like the platforms, right? There needs to be a collision box there so you can stand on top of them, but the actual thing itself is, not something you need to worry about. So that is essentially that. And so we go back to 1. Okay. And then I'm going to save. Okay, so 11 is the power. Again, this is what side is attachable? So attachable is like, I need to override the dummy block and say, hey, if you try to put something on top of this, it's going to be valid. All the other ones, you won't be able to do that, right? Now I could come in here and make, say, the metal platform. I could make 3 attachable, right? I could make that so you could play it, but I'm just, I want to get this thing in and working before I, mess around with any of that. So interaction block is 12. That's right. Fluid is 13. Good. Like heavy engineering, sheet metal, treated wood, concrete, light engineering, and the metal platform, they're not anything that you need to worry about, as well as the fence. The fence you don't really need to worry about either, but the attributes here, we have 7 to treated wood. We have 2, which is the steel ladder, which is opposite. Good. 1 is the fence, and then 11 is the power. And then we'll do the block IDs in a second. Now, so we have 13 block numbers, but we only need 12 highlight colors because the core, which is 6, we don't need to map or highlight block 6. Because without block 6, there is no mapping and there is no highlighting, period. Like, you just can't do it. So all of these components, we actually have highlight colors associated with that. Now, I need to look at my multi-block. Where would that be? Highlights. There it is. So I need to look at the values. Let's grab the highlight colors. Let's go to VE helpers. I'm going to move to new window, just temporarily. Okay. Why is there two B's on that? Treated slab B. What? Oh. That's right. It's bottom. Right? There's a treated slab on the bottom and there's a treated slab on the top. So I have to differentiate between those two. Okay, so this then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What am I missing? Fence, ladder, platform, light engineering, concrete reinforced, treated wood, sheet metal. Sheet metal. So if I say, what is the color of the sheet metal? I don't think the Derrick has it. Let's do open distillation tower base. Sheet metal. Is 30, 30, 30. Which is also the code I use for the fence. Damn. Okay, so what would be a new universal color for the sheet metal? Public static int iron sheet metal. What would be a different color for this? So colors that I have pretty much standardized here. We go back to like chemical plant. Black, mid-gray, light gray. So grays are pretty much taken. Fence, platform, ladder. Dark purple, cyan, pink, yellow, orange, lime, red, and green. I try to have all these components like a different enough color where you can differentiate them. Like somebody who, you know, the difference between, well, I guess blue, I don't have like a bright blue. Like a really vibrant blue. So let's do 10, 10, 250. Okay. So yeah, 10-10-250 RGB. So very much mostly blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. 12 primary components. So then we come into here. Instead of doing RGB, right, we can say S colon, like that. Oh, Jesus. How about we do that not in here and do that in here? Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't need 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. And then close that off. Now, what are these actually doing? Okay, so fence, I need to move this to a new window so I actually can look at my other monitor when I do this. Okay, so the first one is steel fence. Two is steel ladder. 3 is platform. 4 is light engineering. 5 is reinforced concrete. 7 is treated slab B. 8 is iron sheet metal. And then heavy engineering. 10 is item IO. Power IO. Interaction. And fluid IO. Right, so this detects if it's an S, right? If it's an S, which is what this is, it's an S, then look to see if it's in here. And the color is based on what this tag is. It just allows me to standardize them, and now I can go back and basically do this with all of my other multi-blocks, and then they'll all be using the same color scheme, literally across the board. Then it's just a matter of updating my damn help file stuff, because that's another nightmare. Okay, I think I can close this without saving it, because I've got that in here now. Remapped everything. Let's go down. There's always an extra comma right there. Okay. Now, when I break the built version that I have in my world, I break that, it's going to dump all of these things into the world, right? This schematic, it's going to replace the air blocks that are there with the appropriate blocks here. At least it should. You know? And this is like really where the rubber hits the road in terms of how much lag is this going to induce. Oh, I still forgot to delete that other mod. I really should do that. White. I already have a white. There's already a white block type. I couldn't use white. So when I break this, right, it's the only block that exists right here is right the one right in the center. Right? That's the only block right now. When I break this, it should turn into that. Right? Break this, it should turn into that. And I really don't want to do this with the World Eater because that's just asking for trouble. Okay. Cross your fingers, everybody. Fingers crossed. Now, all the blocks are there, right? They're all there, ready to go. Everything is there. And that's the core, and there's the interaction block. So you can interact with a wrench with the core or the interaction block. This is just one of those multi-blocks where the core is actually kind of uncovered there. So if we grab a wrench, thought I had a normal wrench in me, but any wrench will do. What? Oh, I have to break and replace. Why is this not... What? Why is this not doing the thing that it should be doing? It's always something. Core position. It has it. Excuse me. Really? How does the API not exist? All right, I'm gonna have to jot that down. 16 123 1474. Jesus. I don't know why it has to call it 6 bazillion times, but Jesus. Okay, 16, 123, 14. It found the core. I'm at a loss. Like every other building that I've ever made has it's worked just fine. Um, um, I'm gonna try to do. I'm going to break and replace. Break and replace, and then try to validate. What? Oh! I'm an idiot. That's if you've guessed why that happened, then you get serious brownie points. Major serious brownie points. But the baseline is I'm an idiot. So, yeah. It would help if the game actually knew that there was a block entity of that type, right? That would help. Oh, man. I'm like, why is it not? It's seeing the right. Oh, I still forgot to delete the sim. It's like it's seeing the right. It's seeing the core. It's seeing it. Why isn't it validated? It's because the block entity is foobarred. That's why. Yeah, grass doesn't matter. If the block is air, there's not a block mapped there, it doesn't matter. It ignores any air blocks, right? So, if there's grass all along here, it doesn't matter, right? Because that's an air block. There's not actually a coordinate that saves air blocks. So if we put this back here, you can see the values now, power per second, power, all of that kind of good stuff is there. Although that should not be on, obviously. Put that there. And then pop. Ooh, there we go. We're going to F10. We actually see it now. And we're going to make sure we don't run that more than what we need to. And there it is. It formed it just fine. So you can now all of the words. Now all of the block positions, right, have collision because, and then the ladder works because it's a climbable dummy type, right? So you can get up here, and these are all valid dummy blocks, right? So you can get up here. Yeah, I know it's janky and whatever, but oh shit, ow. That hurt. Yeah, it's not perfect. But it works. Like, that's my main priority. So, like, the fact that this right here and this right here are going to be very specific fluid variants of access, the pipes connect to them, right? That's where that specific dummy block type comes from, right? It should not connect to this one because that's an item type, right? So it's just like little features like that, little, solutions to those problems. But yeah, coming in here, basically, break, reform. Just like that. Now I gotta fix. Where's is it up? It's up here. I've got to fix that. It's bothering me. Okay. Rebuild. Now, of course, none of the actual crafting loops and all that, none of that is plugged in. There's still a bit more work left. But the bulk of the actual getting it in and making it appear in the game, I mean, that's and getting it formable as well as the recipe to build it. I mean, I call it the recipe, but it's, the schematic. Okay, so this scaffolding, we want to dial it back. Right to there. There we go. I mean, as far as this thing goes, the fact that was our biggest issue with the shape is it's pretty good. That's a huge building. Somebody else is going to have to, tell me how much actual iron and steel it costs, because I'm not going to do that math right now. But it's big. It's a lot. It's hundreds. It's going to be hundreds. of iron. So yeah, we made some significant progress today, everybody. We've actually got the recipe is in. I just don't have it all plugged in yet into the game loop yet. And then yeah, that's good to go. So that's going to do it for the stream today. I thank everybody for coming by, everybody for interacting, and yeah, we will. This week's weekly member build is going to include this. So you'll be able to plop it. I'm going to have to come up with a recipe to build or craft the core. Yeah, I'm going to have to come up with something to craft the core. But it's going to be interesting seeing people build this in the game, and you know, all the lovely feedback of all the people who are like, this is way too expensive. Like, well, gives you a reason to go out and find copious amounts of material, copious amounts of iron. So yeah. Fun times. But anyway, that's going to do it for today, everybody. Thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you've enjoyed yourself, and consider being a patron or channel member, and supporting the work that I do here. And a huge big thank you to The Realm for being a crazy high Patreon. I'm going to be doing some commission work for them, and we will be pushing out some really interesting storage mod for the commission. So I think that's the first thing he wants is a really robust storage system, a la the storage drawer mod for Minecraft, because I thoroughly enjoy and love the storage drawer mod. Like, I love the storage drawer mod. So like something akin to that. We have the better crates mod, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to maybe the developer of that is updated, and I can relook at it. But yeah, something tells me that there's a little bit of a opportunity for optimization. Let's just say that. But anyway, hope to see everybody back here on Saturday when we get back to being a vampire and just kind of doing some rapid progress in V Rising. So it's pretty fun. But until then, have a great rest of the week, and yeah, have fun.